Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Weird. Twitch is so strange sometimes. The things it does. Right, sticks and stones. Let's see how we're looking. Let's see how these crappy old servers are treating us. The closer to the Midwest you get, the worse the servers are. The servers are best on the coast. Five times the difference. Rock and roll. Wishing you successful adventures ahead in Final Fantasy. I've never died in that game ever. Not a single time. Ever in the history of the franchise. I've never ever died in that game. Ever. And someday I'll play it. Oh. Pouring things in cups. It's an Olympic event. Subscribe to earn drops. What's that all about? Subscribe to earn drops. That means don't put your tongues out to collect the snowflakes until after all the geese have flown south for the winter. Drops. This is a wonderful game.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire! Full ahead! Heist the Jolly Roger!
This is your video game rental of the day. Blockbuster. They became Steam. I think I was one of the first 1,000 people to ever sign up for Steam, and I saw it and I was like, that's a video game rental service. They're a middleman. They essentially get paid to just hand you a game from somebody else, but they only give you a copy of it. They're letting you borrow. Okay, Kraken, what are you doing? I already got it. Alright, dude, right there. You ugly mug. Oh, you ugly mug. You see now. Just. I see. This is what is confusing people. And I've played this for about 3-4 days. Hey, Spider. I've been playing this for about 3-4 days. And I keep hearing and seeing people comparing this as if it's a photocopy of Valheim, and I would have to disagree. If somebody would have to say that this is a copy of Valheim, this is Valheim does pirates, then I would have to say Valheim is 7 Days to Die does a fantasy world. Then I'd have to say 7 Days to Die is a zombie version of Conan. Because all of this, the format, the toolbars, the inventories, the crafting, every bit of it is so repetitive in half a dozen games I play. But the oldest one I can think of where those first things were employed was probably Conan. And the other thing about, and I'm comparing, contrasting Conan Exiles with this game and 7 Days to Die and Valheim. And most of those engines are Unreal Engine 5, which easily gives you the age of those games. But if you look at the games and the format, it's the old lesson we learn about what is postmodernism, and that means that nothing new or original will be invented. And if it is, it's like the wheel being invented. Everything that you do, everything that I do, everything that everyone does, everything in the world is repetition. Okay? There's nothing new and original as much as we'd like to think it is. That's postmodernism. Okay? But every once in a while, something comes along and it sets a different standard. It's something totally different. Right? And every one of these games, you can't say it's like, what my point is, I think my brother Aesop's moral of the story of the day is this game isn't like any other game any more than any other game is like any other game. They all have similarities, okay? A computer, for example, it's the same thing as smoke signals. It's TV with radio. It's just evolved. It's not new. It's not different. It's the same thing. Just like an abacus with stones is no different than a calculator. It's the same thing. And so all these games, I keep seeing that comparison. And I think that two of the things that trigger that thought that this is like Valheim is one, the wind animation speeds in the trees and the foliage is almost identical. And then I was doing this motion with the flowery music. Valheim music when you're in the meadow. Okay, so one of the first things I ever learned at the greatest art school in the world is that any piece of music will go to any video. And it's true. It is. So if you completely change this music, you completely change the entire ambient environment, the whole experience. And if that was different from the get-go, people wouldn't be saying it's like Valheim. Okay, the music is. And the animation speeds and the flag and the birds and the trees, very similar. Okay? But if Valheim looked like this, that would be a totally different experience, wouldn't it? But this already looks like Bannerlord, right? One of the other comparisons and contrasts is in this game, this is survival and you're a pirate. Okay, well, you can already do that in Conan. And it's got 1,000 times as much content. And it's got dozens of factions with histories and lore that goes back to books written over the last 100 years. Howard first wrote Conan 100 years ago. And so you see a game like Conan, it already has so much more. And I'm looking at comparing and contrasting it. Is it a good vibe? Is it a really chill experience? Absolutely. It's cool. Combing the beach, making some stone musket balls, using some powder, and fighting these gnarly, creepy, half-drowned, washed-up, undead sailors, right? A lot of people get killed by the boar. I'm proud to say I killed the boar. Yeah, right on. And so this is going to be fun. I'm enjoying this game very much. I see myself playing this a lot over the next couple of years. And it'll probably be in my top 10 best games. But like I said, I can already do this. whole environment with these kind of fighting mechanics, crafting, tool belt, it's identical, but with 20 more factions and 50 more cities and more genres, everything from you could be a samurai to a Viking to riding a mastodon in a game like Conan. And this is a chapter compared to a book when I'm comparing, contrasting the games that I play. And is one like the other? They all have their similarities, but I wouldn't say that one is a carbon copy of another, because then you'd have to say all games are carbon copies of each other. So much to say in so little time, I thought I would share what was on my mind. Ooh, scary. I remember the first time I played a Resident Evil game, it was probably 20 years ago. And it was scary as shit. I was all creeped out. It was the middle of the night. It was dark, man. It was spooky as hell.
It's a pirate's life for me. Savvy.
What is your favorite? Give me three. Any of you tuning in, you bunch of freaks. Yeah, you are. Share with me three of your favorite pirate films. One of my longest favorite pirate film is probably The Seahawk with Errol Flynn. And then what we watch every year here on my channel in Warlord's Midnight Matinee is we'll watch the old, I think it's 1950 something, version 53, Treasure Island, CGI. And those are some of the best damn props that I've ever seen in Hollywood. It's amazing what they did with hammers and nails and a bucket of paint. Yeah, but that's the best one ever made. And every year on my channels, whether I'm on Facebook or YouTube, I always play Treasure Island. And this is a perfect opportunity to play some Treasure Island audiobook to go along with our story. And so we're beachcombing, picking up some crabs. Yeah, it gets itchy. Yeah, no soap. We need to get some whale blubber, for the crabs. But we got to pick up some crabs. And we're going to get around to these locations. And I'm getting my feet wet like a proper landlubber. I'm playing on mostly easy, learning my way around. Yeah, and I'll probably go server side the next couple of days. And I'll be playing on normal and harder settings. Yeah, I can use a musket. I scored a halberd. That's a big bomb. Right on. Awesome. I got a 4090 Asus overclocked, right? My GPU. And the reason is because the side-by-side comparison of visual quality between no AI generated frames versus 2 or 3 stacks of AI generated frames. I don't want them. I go for visual quality. I'm not playing on servers with 100 people. So I don't want any extra generated frames. I want pure rendering. Let's scoot. All right. Awesome. Metraro. They were more expensive than G-Portal. This game, you can play 8 people. Co-op. It's co-op only. It's 8 people. But they're selling chunks of 10 slots, which gives you a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, but the affordability for an 8-person server is next to nothing. I was so surprised it was so cheap. It's almost $1 a slot. It's like $2 a slot a month. So to play multiplayer with the hosted server somewhere in New York, $2 a month. Can't beat that. Yeah, I'm gonna sit out in front of the bank. Hey John, it's shaking. Dude, Black Sails is the best. Yeah, I own Black Sails. High five, John. I was gonna say that next. That is the best pirate media ever made. Is Black Sails. Hands down. That is the best pirate anything ever made. It's Black Sails. Absolutely. I don't usually buy shit like that, but I bought Black Sails. Yeah, just like The Last Kingdom, I bought The Last Kingdom because I love Cornwell's books. But that's 11 stars, Black Sails. I'm watching it again. I'm halfway through season 1. You'll hear a lot of music. You probably recognize the music I'm playing. This is my mix. Yeah, right on. Nice to see ya. Play a lot of Sid Meier's Pirates over the last 20 years. I love Sid Meier's Pirates, and we'll be playing some. We're almost done with another playthrough. We probably have 25% left to go of the game, Sid Meier's Pirates. And I'm looking at this map, and that looks like Cuba. And that's Tortuga down there. That little island is Port Royal, right there where that anchor is. In the center, down towards the bottom, that's Port Royal. I'm recognizing the map and shit from Sid Meier's Pirates. We gotta get some grub. It's a bad idea. Oh yeah, that's a great film. That's a great film. Who was the actor, man? Was it Gregory Peck? And he was Ahab in that old version of Moby Dick. Isn't that Gregory Peck, right? Yeah, he was Ahab. That always spooked the shit out of me on a rainy Sunday afternoon after church. Moby Dick with Gregory Peck. Yeah, we got some grub. How many bullets we got? 40 bullets. Should always have 40 rounds in the haversack. Hey Gus, gracias man. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. What's shaking, Doctor Strange? Oh yeah. You like pirates? Collecting resources, making our way around the island. I gotta come out and say hi to Gus. He's a motherfucker. He does. My guy here, Silverbeard. Yep. Long John's Silverbeard. Yep, he shits where he wants, he pisses where he wants, he does. Demands tacos for breakfast every day. But shit, it's the... There's only one of a kind, Gustache on Twitch TV. What's shaking, man? I love that you were going on for like 10 minutes talking about the ins and outs and the high points and the low points of the game. That's the stuff you should be clipping, put that on your YouTube. Yeah, because you were really going into sharing a lot of good stuff about your experience with that game. Thanks for sharing. Right on. So Professor X, right? So when they get Professor X, is that really loud? See, it's this loud for me. The last OBS updates really fucked my sound up. Like defaulted a bunch of my sounds and my scenes. So I'm like going back through it, rolling dice. Right on. Good to see you guys. Rena, thanks for the raid. Gus, thanks for the raid. John, always good to see you. Rock and roll. This is a freaking great game. No. He just teleports all the bad guys right into a black hole. End of story. End of story. Now, if I could be Storm, right? I'd stay at home and take a shower all day. I would. Cold shower. I remember when Nightcrawler first came onto the silver screen at the movie theater, man. I've never seen anything like it. Nightcrawler was so cool. My daughter always liked Kitty Pryde. The first time I ever saw the X-Men was probably in like 1974. It was right at the end of the Vietnam War. And you'd race home as fast as you could to see Spider-Man because the school bell would ring and I had to run 3 blocks. And I'd always miss the first few minutes of Spider-Man, okay? But they had the original Spider-Man with the, what's that artist's name? That was from back in the 60s. He was great. Real rough style, right? The old Spider-Man from the late 60s, right? But every once in a while, you'd get this special episode, and it was a special guest starring the X-Men, and it was like rare. It was like once a month you'd have to catch that one episode, and then you're like, oh, who's these guys? Who's the X-Men? You know, we're like 7 years old, you know? And then we'd freaking go down to the pool hall, start surfing through the comic books trying to find the X-Men. But that was like special on TV to see the X-Men. We didn't have DVD and VHS and shit back then. You had to catch it. So that was cool, seeing the X-Men for the first time in their old original outfits. They were so different. It was so neat. Thought I'd share. Love superheroes and Marvel comics my whole life. My friends often wondered why I didn't go to work for Marvel or DC, because I could have went to work for Marvel. Some of my friends did. And I didn't want to be sitting inside all day. I don't mind. That's why I didn't go into a graphic design career. I have all the certifications and everything, but sitting inside's not my gig. Nah. Thanks for the chat, y'all. It's nice to see you. Chindan. Anime, good anime. Fuck. We had to get up at like 4 a.m., 4 o'clock in the morning. We had like 2 TV stations. We had antenna. It's black and white. If you got up at like 4 in the morning, you can catch WGN Channel 9 Chicago with Ray Rayner, and he'd play like the first time we ever saw Japanimation, Japanese animation. It was like Spaceship Yamoto. I remember that. And then Astro Boy. And that was like, it was so different. We're like, oh, that's so cool. Initial D will forever be the greatest anime ever produced, okay? Thousands of years from now, when monkeys rule the world and the Planet of the Apes is real, the only anime they're gonna watch is Initial D. We're gonna starve. You got a sailcloth bag. We got some bullets. You got to keep them 40 rounds. The gunpowder, though. Do we run out? I would imagine I have to find the resources for the gunpowder. Okay, and make some gunpowder, and we do that starting in a bog, right? See, that's the thing. That's why I like muskets and black powder. That's why I use black powder in real life. My weapons are all black powder, right? Because the shit hits the fan, I only have to melt down some spoons, and I have ammunition. Yeah, so we got some good gear. So we're scavenging. We're just starting out. We just washed up on shore. Yesterday's stream, I did a stream yesterday for about an hour, and it was an introduction to our character creation, the beginning of the story, and I also played the first 5 chapters of the best Treasure Island audio recording you can find. And every year, if you're not new to my channel, then you know that I always play Treasure Island every year. Usually we play Sid Meier's Pirates, but now we have this, and I'm loving this. This will end up being one of my favorite games. I can see some crabs and shells over there. I'm still wondering what we do with these shells we keep collecting. I need to collect enough stuff. I can build some stuff, add some more stuff. So I have journey quests, just like Conan, right? Just like Valheim, just like Conan, just like so many games I've seen so many of you play. Journey steps, the quest to achieve your base stats, right? Your base scores. But some of the things that we need to do right now, and I'm collecting resources for, and Gus, you asked, oh, Speed Racer was the best. Oh, fuck yeah, Speed Racer was the absolute best. I watched that right next to Spider-Man, and the other old cartoon that was on every day back in the early 70s, right? My uncles were coming home from Vietnam War. Was Iron Man, the old original Iron Man from the early 70s. It was fucking awesome. Ah, the superheroes in that were amazing. Those were the 2 best. That's the only ones we ever got. It was the Spider-Man, and that was 30 minutes long. And then we had Iron Man, it was 30 minutes long. And Spider-Man would sometimes have guest stars with the X-Men. But the Iron Man, oh, that was really cool. The bad guys in that, Ming the Merciless, ah, shit. I'd love to have that old music that they played on those old cartoons, man, from Marvel. Stan Lee The Stan Lee introduced Spider-Man to the franchise in the 60s. They were going to sink. They were going to file bankruptcy. Spider-Man was a hit. Spider-Man rescued the company. Right on. So we have these pre-built structures. So shit, look at, I can build a hut. I can just build a hut. Bitchin', right? So you do a hut. Hut. Okay. Awesome. Right, but it's red because I still need about 100 plant fiber. And I'm a little... Here out there. Bitchin'. Awesome. Conan, what is best in life? Right? Quick shanty. See, example, I can craft this armor and clothing table, right? So I can make some better clothes and some better armor, right? Go kill some boars, get some hides. You guys get the idea, make some better shit. But I can't use that in Access unless there's a roof over it. That's silly. Doesn't make any sense. If I put this out here, I should be able to use it. And so what do we have? Solution. Quick solution is you can just throw out a really quick little shanty. And that is indeed a shanty. Yep. Your shack, your front porch. Right on. And then you can throw the table in there and use it. And this don't cost that much. Plant fiber. But I'd like to make a proper shack. Because this here is a spit. Okay, where we're at. That's why I chose this piece of land. We first spawned in the game right over here. Right? But I saw this spit, and we call that a spit, down in the Chesapeake Bay south of DC. That's where my wife is from, my ex-wife. I spent most of my life around that area. But this is like the Chesapeake Bay. All the palm trees down there, by the way, all the palm trees up in, you know, the upper 50 states are not native to our country. They were all brought here. Yes, you see palm trees in Virginia, but they were brought there from Cuba over the, you know, hundreds of years. But this spit, that's all right. We got access to the ocean, right? So we must be on Port Royal. By looking at that map, if my location is correct, it should be Port Royal. There's an anchor on that map. But we're collecting wood. I have to collect more plant fiber. That tent acts as a bedroll. I can make a bed, but I can't use it as a respawn point unless it has a roof over it. So I want to go ahead and collect all the materials that I need to build the hut. Yeah. That'd be solid. I like that. Bam. I could just throw up a shack real quick. Pitch in. And so this would be our little settlement. Put a dock out there. Right. I would imagine someday we'll find something better. And like I said, this playthrough isn't going to last. This is getting my feet wet, learning the game, finding my way around, hitting these access points. But when we get a permanent server rolling, then I'll be in a persistent campaign. We're moving on up, just like the Jeffersons theme song. Bitch and Silverbeard, holy shit. What do we need? What do we got? What do we don't need? What do we got? 23, hike. Get rid of those rocks, that wood. This shell, I don't know what we need it for, but we're gonna need it for something. Why can't I blow it? Like a horn, because that's what you use those for in real life. Yeah. Got some seeds. Shrubbery. We'll store it. We got some bandages. Bandages are easy to make. We got 40 rounds in the stone bullet. Can you go in there now? Cool beans. So we got nada. We gotta get some grub. Sing it if you know it. It's a wonderful tune. Look at that. We can go two-fisted. Now the firing's a little strange. We really need that first person view. Oh, let me out of here. There we go. Enjoy. How my shore adventure begins. Let's check it out. Resource discovered. Show scenic building element. Right? And then coastal jungle. All of our discoveries in this biome. And then we go into the other biomes. What a spit. Should we go find a chest? Gotta get some food. There's our food. Ship up there. Okay. Speed Racer was awesome. I haven't seen the new film or played the video game. Anime. My favorite modern animes. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Samurai Jack. Afro Samurai. Yep. I'm gonna run out of juice here. Need rest. I threw a bunch of music in this mix from the late 1700s. Some good old Americana. Some old George's favorites. My brother-in-law was married at Mount Vernon. It's a beautiful place. George Washington's home. It's right on the Potomac overlooking D.C. Arlington National Cemetery, that my company cared for several years, was originally Robert E. Lee's home. Once the Civil War broke out and it was occupied by the Union Army, it became our nation's first national soldier cemetery. And every American soldier has a spot there. Compliments Uncle Sam. Looks like we're gonna clear this out, huh? It's a very different experience when we're not listening to the flowery Valheim-esque music. I'm leaning into the microphone. Demon Slayer. Hey man, how about Vampire Hunter D? Vampire Hunter D, that's a great anime. Demon Slayer. I like the name. I think my daughter watches that. Dan to Dan. It's like a septic. I get nothing out of this. Get some food. Boy, that fire just keeps going and going. I guess because we're close to the fire. We cook this crab up. Whoa! With my finger cooperates. Some coconuts. I love coconuts. Bananas and pineapple. Some mangoes. That's all you need. Right. On a torch, I got this lamp, but it looks like it's got 19% oil left in it, or wax. If it's a candle, I don't want to use it up. I want to figure out how to refill it. These pearls, we should be able to do something with them. Sell them. The eggs, I don't know what we're supposed to do with these eggs, but we'll figure it out. This bell we need for fast travel. I guess the docks with the fast travel bell, which is one of the reasons that I'm building a dock and a hut, so I can build this fast travel bell. It's like a teleportation spawn point. So you build these fast travel spawn points all over the map so you can teleport. Just like a lot of games we play. Right on. Look at this. This is beautiful. My monitor's not even 4K. I wish it was. Wish I had a torch. It says we're hungry. And that should be right for beans. Now, you'd be able to. Now I'm scrolling my mouse wheel and I should be changing items in my tool belt, but I'm not. I have to figure out how to do that. So I don't have to press 4 button, 5 button, 6 button. I just want to click a button. Bam, bam, bam. Go right to my tool belt. I can just click a button on the side of my mouse. Rather than, and I didn't see that in the keybinds because I don't usually sit there because my concentration and my goofy fingers, it's easier for me to just click a button on the mouse for everything and just switch shit quickly. So yeah, we got to figure out how to do that so I don't have to die. +2, 3, 4. You guys get the idea. That would be beneficial. Just clicking the mouse button, bam. And so these buttons I got set up here is for a dash. You ready? Are you ready for the dash? Hey, Mr. Ninja, check it out. Okay. It's a moon dance. Shit. Hey man, thanks for the turn on to the game. I have a different sound set loaded. I'd have to switch sound sets. Let me get out of here. Oh, right on. Hey man. shows me my emotes until I switch them. Yeah. Hey, man. Good to see you, bro. I was enjoying watching you play this, man. Thanks for the turn on to the game. When I'm playing 7 Days to Die, I have Negan loaded up. Awesome. It's good to see you, man. You're playing HOTS all day. You're a fucking machine. You must have streamed like 15 hours yesterday. Can't stop what I'm doing and go out and change my set, my entire sound set for the stream at the flip of a switch. Yeah, let's see. Let's hope this doesn't break. This should all be on. No way. Why you do this to me?
Little pig, let me in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
That's funny. Oh, that was you. Man, they changed those gigantifying emotes to bits. I like people to do that without bits. They can make a gigantifying emote with just channel points. You know?
Holy crap. You are creepy as shit.
He's a fucking nutcase, man. Like to party with that dude. I like a lot of the characters in there, man. Yeah, get some rust once in a while. Yeah, dude, right on. Yeah, make that big. That's cool. I hope you didn't have to pay for that. That should be free because those are cool. With the big Gus head. That's what I was trying to do on your channel, Gus, is make, because your icon is your head. You're smiling. Your big head. They should all have big head emotes. That must be a different tune. Right on. Oh shit, still gotta go over here. Didn't break. No, it's okay. No, it's the integrity of the actual sound alerts. Not me or my stream or you or your request. It's whether or not sound alerts is actually going to work. You know? It's like Twitch. Is Twitch actually going to work today? No, it's all good. I worry about them, not about what you guys request or what we're doing here or my machine. It's always the service. Like Twitch, I wish they had better service, man. It sounds loud. I go woof, woof in the air. Oh man, I'm so sorry. You know what I mean. Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. You're busy gaming. I appreciate my friends who just stream. They're too busy streaming to talk about streaming. Just stream. Right on. Yeah, man, yesterday you were streaming for a long time. Guys, make sure you get some rest. I did an assessment in a comparison and contrastment with this game and several other games at the beginning of this broadcast here at WGN Channel 9 Chicago. we're just getting started, man. Still got to build my fast travel bow, right? Right out there. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you were commenting, Mr. Inja, about these labels, and that's right on. Yeah, so they're all consistent. You know, you go to 4 different bases, you know it's in that crate. If one of your pals labeled it with the same label, stays consistent, there's less guesswork. Right on. You were commenting about that on your channel. And this is where we're at. Rock and roll. Hey man, thanks for the raid. You guys got me all talking today. Low roll, gracias muchacho. This bell right there. For that bell. What's happening, man? Thanks for the raid. Let's see. Just go out of building mode. What's shaking, man? Did you guys have the blood moon? Guys are wrong. Keeping me busy. Thank you for all the rage, you guys. Gracias and welcome, senoritas and muchachos. Oh, did ya? Right on. Right. So nice of you all with the friendly vibes tonight. Gracias. Goss, Mr. Inja, slow roll. Renner rated me. Spider was insane, hey. John's hanging out. The Gustache is in the house. What's shaking? All of you, far and wide. High five. Loving this game. Renna, reckless. Slow roll, Mrs. Roll, rock and roll. Awesome. Good evening, good morning. Bitchin'. Must have a different tune fired up right there. Sticks and stones. That's what I always call the beginning of playthroughs like this. Like Conan in the beginning of Conan. Sticks and stones, because that's what you're doing. Okay, so you understand thoroughly. Okay. I was saying at the beginning of my broadcast, comparison and contrastment with this game, Valheim, 7 Days to Die, Conan. all those games, Conan has all that shit. Like, this whole game is really just one chapter of Conan Exiles, where you could be a buccaneer, you could be a pirate, just like Conan, and it looks just like Bannerlord. Yeah, it looks like Bannerlord, acts like Banner. Yeah, I love it. It's great. It is. The thing is this is down by the pirate shores on the east coast of the exiled lands, and the pirates are, it's almost, yeah, it's like, but I was saying Conan has 20 more factions with 100 years of lore, with 100 different races and cultures and religions, and there's so much more content, where this is really like a chapter of that, but from real history rather than a parallel universe. 1715, the golden year of the age of piracy. Oh yeah. It does rock and roll, so dig it. Bedroll, toolbar. It's the same as most games that we play, but I wouldn't say that it. Now the music we're listening to is my own mix. And so what I was telling people was the tree speed animations, okay, with flowery magical shit flowing through the air, that smoke animation, speed, top of the trees, always looking for the wind speed by looking at the top of the trees. I know a 15 mile an hour a day, so the EPA doesn't give us a ticket. And then if I turn my music off, because we're listening to my mix, and I put on this flowery music like we hear in Valheim in the Meadowlands, well then it lulls you into a false sense of, this is a version of Valheim, because I don't agree. If you changed a few things, like we learned my very first day at art school, we learned that you could put just about any piece of music with any piece of film. Shit, we didn't have a digital video or anything back then. And so we played around with that, and I told people, now, if I change this music, I think people would have a different experience. Yep, so it's gonna be all hip hop, all week long. Welcome. As usual, just like on your machine, the graphics in front of my face look amazing. Yeah, I think my screen's like 36, 38 inch or something. And it's an arm's length away because I'm blind, like Mr. Magoo. But yeah, it looks fucking great. Yeah, and it's just right. This is a play at your own pace. It's strictly co-op. 8 players max. I'd like to get a server. Servers are like $1, $2 a slot. I mean, it's so cheap. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's super cheap. That's like $1 a person. But a big server like what you run, that's a lot of people. So yeah, man, we're doing sticks and stones. Sticks and stones. Staying fed. I gotta get some coconuts. I got 40 rounds. I got 40 rounds in a musket. I'm curious about my gunpowder, because it's gotta run out. Because I use a shitload of gunpowder in real life, just doing events, you know? So I'm like, I gotta be running out of gunpowder. I probably used about 20 rounds on undead zombies. I got some bandages, some bullets. I got a pick. I just collected a whole bunch of clay. I found a halberd. Kicking some ass with the boars. I killed a boar, skinned a boar. But the food is constant grubbing. Yeah, I got a workbench. They need to build a roof. So to use your tailoring clothing table, you have to have the clothing sewing workbench, but that has to be under a roof. And so we're going to build a hut, build a dock, build a spawn point with this valve here. So you build these fast travel points, and they are like the obelisks in Conan, teleportation spots. Yeah. Right on. This has something to do with making healing potions, which we don't know how to do yet. I do know how to make bandages so we stop bleeding. Got killed by a fucking stone last night, you guys. I gotta clip it. It was funny as hell. So last night I played this for about an hour. Okay, and I played you guys some Treasure Island, the best audiobook version of Treasure Island there is. For about an hour, chapters 1 through 5, and we'll continue with my fireside tales you guys are all familiar with because you're all over 700 years old. And I died, I think on, I don't know, day 2 or day 3 or something. It's funny as hell. Oh God, it was one for the freaking comic record books. It was like a cartoon. So I'm almost dead. My red bar up at the top is almost totally gone. I had like 5% health. But man, I am locked and loaded. My freaking musket ready to roll. And I got this nasty, undead, freaking washed up, bloated sailor right off of Davy Jones' locker. And he's coming at me. But he's almost dead. I whacked him a few times with my cutlass. It looks like a falchion. Yeah, it's something that a cannoneer would have. That little sword, that dagger. Looks like it might be off of a musket. But a short blade like that is what would be issued to sailors usually arming a cannon. Yeah, these guys weren't swinging around big blades. But so I'm aiming down my musket. I'm aiming down right at his head. And it was like high noon with Clint Eastwood. It was. And this bloated, undead sailor creature, we're going to see 1, 2, or 3. He reached right down, he picked up a rock, and he chucked the rock right at me. It popped me right in the head before I could pull the trigger. He was faster with the rock than I was with the musket trigger. And he popped me right in the noggin, and he killed me. And it was funny as hell. Oh God, it was funnier than the Flintstones. It was hilarious. Oh, the angle was comic. Oh God, it was funny. I gotta clip it. I'm like right over here and I'm almost dead and he's right there. He just grabs this rocket and I'm like, I'm ready to pull the trigger. He just chucks that rock right at me. It was because you could see the animation going through the air. It was like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. The animation, you could see the air like, shoo, and then it was like a big red X, bonk, like in a comic book. It was funny as hell. The boars are not to be fucked with, but I've got the halberd. Now the thing is I got 2 shields there. What does that mean with the halberd? You see, there was 3 shields there. Right there. The gold shield's by my wrist. I'm curious. I don't know what that is. There's no explanation. Is that the health and durability of my weapon? Is it my skill with the weapon? Is it just some gold shields? Reminding me I should be wearing a nut cup? I don't know. I hate that when I have to like go off and Google something like, you know, is the Easter Bunny real? There's a bunch of clay right here. And I got my pick, rock and roll. And so we got a bunch of that clay. And I hate having to hit each button. Drives me bananas. Sticks and stones. I think I need 260. The plant fibers. Want some coconuts. That boar's gonna come after my ass. Well, the boar. I don't know what happened to the meat, because I should have got some meat from it. Shit, that pig would feed me for 2 weeks. Sleep, pork, and chicken. Now, what is so iconic, my friends, that we're looking at right here, right now, is we have this buccaneer. It's a buccaneer, the buccaneer. And we got 2 pigs, 2 wild hogs rolling through the woods. That was the absolute beginning and start and the birth of buccaneers, was that. And so captains would leave a sailor out on these islands to raise these pigs and populate them, get these wild boars just filling up the island, right? They'd slaughter them, cut them down, dry them out, everything. These guys just stayed there for months and months until the ships came around, picked up the meat, resupplied the guys, and that's how buccaneers were started, buccaneers. What did pirates really drink? My girlfriend brought me some one day. I was so surprised. Principal. I seen the top of the high school. They didn't see us up there. So one day, my girlfriend, the principal, she brought me this skull head bottle. So cool, I still have it somewhere. It's a skull head bottle. And it was Capsamel. And so these pirates, these enterprising young men, these gallant, brave murderers and thieves, they would loot these ships. They would loot these ships and they would get this shitty wine that was all sweet and pink and sugary, like Bartles and James or something. You guys get the idea. Really sweet pink and white wines, usually from Northern Europe. Not the dark grape stuff. It's gonna kill me. And they hated that shit, so what did the pirates do? They took habaneros and jalapenos and they took hot peppers from the islands and they put them in them bottles of that sweet wine. And they left it in there for a couple of weeks. And man, that's good. That's good stuff. Capsamel. Now you got that sweet, spicy taste. That's what the pirates did with that. That's what they drank most of the time. Capsamel. That's the story. As I read it, getting all liquored up, taking our shirts off, acting like tough pirates. Holy shit. And if you guys haven't seen Black Sails, and I think it was Mr. Inja turned me on to this game. And he's all over it, man. He always is. He's flying through survival games. We'll have a fleet of ships in no time. And hasn't seen Black Sails. If you guys haven't seen Black Sails, you should. Me and John Weller were discussing it earlier. And I have to say that Black Sails is the best piece of pirate media ever made. Now there should be a pirate treasure up here. This big old chunk of wood. What can we do with this? The amount I'm collecting is right in the middle of the screen. How much plant fiber we got? 119, we should have enough to build a hut. We are not rusted. I wish we could sit down. We can't sit down like in Conan. In Conan, we could sit down and rest, build a fire on the fly, and just chill out and rest for a few. We can't sit and rest. Our hit points are good, but I know we're getting fatigued. Our stomach's almost empty. And that's a bitch in sight. I would not let him use the bathroom. No. Bet he plays bitch and drums though. We should have enough plant fiber now. What can we do with that? Can we make some more bandages with that maybe? Brand new game, maybe tell me something like that. Yeah. Because we need to rest. You know, I'm leaning forward into my room. I'm gonna pull it out here. This music, this piece of music, you guys have heard, and it's an actor's name, Ryan O'Neal. He was Barry Lyndon. Exactly. Well, yeah, but you know, I needed to rest. That's why it's like, okay, how do I sit down? I thought that would be like, because that's what we do in most games. Yeah, and just rest. In 7 days, you know, resting is just, you don't sit, you just rest. I guess this is similar. Yeah, because we're just standing. And we're by the fire, so we get that comfort buff. There's nothing stored in there. We didn't get any meat yet. I wanted to get some coconuts. We should have enough stuff. Can we make some more bandages? We sure can. Bandages, food, and water. We get a lot of H2O sustenance from coconuts. Gotta knock them out of the trees. Yeah. Repair kits when we get to making a ship. And there is journey steps, just like Conan, just like when you get started in 7 days. So, yeah, to the right, right below the map in the top right, how my short adventure begins. I think it's J, rock and roll. Yep, how my adventure began, craft new boots. That's the next thing I need to do. Okay, and then there's this quest, and I could switch to that. It's essentially journey steps, right? Track to quests, etc., etc. That's our rewards. 15 men in a dead man's chest. So that's probably right there. It's pretty simple. They just like, I don't know. It's like I sent a drone. I sent my parrot. My parrot just flew around and he ID'd it for me. You think I'd have to like really look for it, you know? And from looking at this map, like when the game is loading up, and when you're switching scenes, where this puts us, my best guess is this is Port Royal, and up here is Cuba, and then to the east would be Tortuga. Yeah, that was a French colony. And I know the nationalities of most of these colonies from the early 1700s. Yeah. Which ones were Dutch, which ones were English, which ones were Spanish, mostly the mainland. Yeah. Discovery. Ooh. How do we make it? The alchemy table. We probably have to have a roofed structure in order to place an alchemy table, because we have to have a roofed structure to place our bed, which we made out of banana leaves, and the clothing tailoring workbench, the alchemy table. All of that stuff has to have a roof on it. That's why I was just going to throw up a quick hut. I only need like 250 plant fibers to throw up a Gilligan shack, you know. Each biome. Jungle thread. Oh shit. Jungle thread. It's a fucking King Kong. So here's all the stuff we discovered. We still have one more mystery thing we have not discovered for this biome in our beginning of the game. Getting my feet wet like a proper lane lover. And then we'll be moving on to rougher shores. Yeah, we're gonna buckle some swashes. Yep, that always brings me to my upside downsides of the day. Yep, with everybody's favorite pirate, Brother Aesop's moral of the story of the day is: the downside with multiple sclerosis is that you oftentimes, a lot of people have a lot of eyesight problems with just one eye, and it's usually the left eye. We don't know why, but a lot of people, more than 50%. Some of us go blind in the left eye. Okay, that's the downside. Another downside is usually it's one or the other leg that bothers us. And with me, it's mostly my right leg. There's days where if I got some ganja, my body's relaxed. My left leg feels pretty damn good, right? I can get around, go get a cup of coffee. Right leg's always fucked up. So what's the upside? You can get to wear an eye patch. You get a peg leg. It's freaking triple bonus, man. Super duper pirate outfit. The upside downsides. Peg leg and an eye patch. You see peg leg and an eye patch? They might just be mostly sexy with multiple sclerosis. Rock and roll. Coconuts. So we still have all these things to unlock. The bird meat. I don't remember even cooking it. I must cook and eat it. I've been eating a lot of crap. And that's alright. I have to figure this Triton's horn. Why can't we use that as a horn? Use it to bait enemies or something. And this clay, we should be able to use that now with the alchemy table once we build it to make pottery. And I guess we're going to be using pots quite a bit. Yeah, and then we'll move on to the foothills, the cursed swamps, the ashlands, rock and roll, unavailable, coming soon. Awesome. Let's get this hut put up. There's no back door. You've done too much. You've done too much. Could have been a little lower, huh? New interaction. Oh, right. Destroy mode? Yeah. Oh, okay. I can't just do the whole thing. Well, shit. I guess I'll just leave it then. Yeah, I was hoping to bring it down just a little bit so that that would meet the sand. But not if I have to destroy piece by piece. That's a pain in the ass. But that tells me that I could put in another door here. And just put a dock back here. Yeah. And I'm curious, can I only have one bonfire? Yep. Those white X's, what's that all about? You see those points? Ah, it's just guide points. I see. Yeah, it's guide points. Let's see how we're gonna do this. All right. All right, so I guess we could rest then. I want to be closer to the fire. Yeah, because then we get that rusted buff. Yeah, right where my cam's at. In here. I don't know if we get that buff or not. But if we have the stuff, let's see if we can place some more tables. Some doors. So we already have. Is it a longer one? It is. I could just put a longer one on there. Stone stairs. Fences, that'll work. Oh yeah, that'll work. Decorations. If we could put booze on there, if we could sit in the table, that would be cool. Right? Farming, we can grow a shrub. I've always wanted to be a shrubber, just like my hero, Monty Python. So cool beans, we can start building a dock, right? They have a little base there, to, base structure to build with. If you just want to throw up a real quick shanty, right? Throw some stuff on. Yeah, you get the idea. But let's see about that table. Workbench, cooking. Armor, clothes. Not enough resources. It says we need coarse fabric. So we need coarse fabric. We need 10 coarse fabric. Pardon me. That's fire. It's fire right there. We need 10 animal fats. Build. Oh, we can do that. All right. I'll buy the door. We're off here to eliminate this even more. Damn. Right. No fuel required. Or copper ingots. Now we can build that, but I want to build my dock on it first. Let's go see how it places. So we've got the bow. Aha, new trip. So you see the materials to the right at the bottom where it says fast travel bow 1 and then 20 wood. Even though I do not have that fast travel bell on me, I don't think. I don't. It's not on me. It's not actually in my backpack. It is in the chest. And so it's actually when I'm building and I'm in proximity with my chest that's holding one of the ingredients, it actually reads the ingredients not only from your backpack or your person, but actually from your storage in your camp, which is cool. See, it saves you such tedium from having to run around to all these different chests to find all of these different ingredients. When you're going to craft it, it just does it for you automatically. Yeah. And so it read that bow, not because I was accessing the chest, but I was right in the build menu. It says, I have the bow. Okay, so what did this say? Coastline distance requirement not met. So it has to be near the coastline. I was thinking like here. Yeah. Right in the window, so I can see the silly bell. Yep, my bell head. Doesn't look like it's touching the ground. It's not. Why you gotta be a booger? Super booger. You know what? Let's. What do we have here? Foundation? Is this made of sticks? Sticks foundation fibers. Stone foundation. Even better. Even better, huh? It's the same poopy deal. Yep. Poopy deal of the century. It's like the 4th of July, Ma. That'll work. There's nowhere to travel to. You have to have two of them. Yeah. Keep hitting the wrong button. Damn. It'll work. Wrong button. Oh shit. No, that'll have to work for now. It's good enough for me. Shit, we're gonna drown. We can't sweat. Shit. It's a start. Let's see. All right. It's too high. What if I stack two of them? That's the way to do it. Rock and roll. WINDROSE, highly recommended. Itching. Nice little spit to layer claim. He looks pissed. Yep. He looks like he's really missing toilet paper. All these mixes that I've made over the years and played for you guys here on Twitch, I'll start putting these mixes on YouTube. I've probably got a couple hundred of them for all kinds of different games. You're playing Warband, Viking Conquest, Napoleonic Wars, Fire and Sword. You want those musics? They'll be on there. My gift to the wacky Warband Nation, all that Tokyo Extreme Racer music and Initial D music that I make. Those guys right there. Those are the creepy pirate undead, the bloated corpses that washed ashore and they're here to haunt the beaches. Ooh. We gotta get some grub. Yeah, we gotta get some grub. We need to dump these supplies and concentrate on getting some food. Close that damn door, Daryl. Long John Silverbeard. We need cloth. We're gonna get it out of that. need is plant fiber. Horse fabric. That's it? Okay. Works for me. I need to figure out how to get some oil for that lamp or wax. Broke. Get that Instacraft. Right. So, can we make the table? We need to do something in here for lighting. The lamp that we have, I wonder if we can hang that lamp in here. Because I used it, but it attached to my belt. Yeah. Because that would be cool to use that for lighting. A torch will burn the place to the ground. Spyglass. Wondering the size and dimensions of the alchemy bench, because we doesn't look like we've unlocked it yet. This assembly table. We don't have copper ingots yet, but we will. Signal fire. Comfort bonuses. Comfort +1. Bigger fire, I suppose. So we can place our armor and clothes bench. And how my adventure began, craft new boots. We can accomplish that. No, because you'd have a hard time cranking that on the left. We have a hard time grabbing that fabric on the right. Because like Conan, we can have companions. We can recruit them, or we can hire them, or we can rescue them. And they can work our workstations. Alchemy bench, this clothing bench, the workbench, forge, that sort of thing. Yeah, rock and roll. That's a nice model. I wish we had first-person view. Yeah, because that's really nice. They did such a good job. Yeah, I really like these graphics. They're right on the money. They're like Bannerlord. This is like looking at a pirate version of Bannerlord. But Conan Light. Yeah. But it's its own thing, I gotta say. Because there ain't nothing like this game. Fishing, let's go fishing. We are set for life. Awesome. We gotta get some grub. So we place the table. Supposed to craft some boots. We need 2 hides. We only have 1. We have 9 coarse pieces of cloth. So we have to go kill a boar. So we can make some boots. It should be in our... Grab new boots. It keeps defaulting up to this quest. Even though I'm not tracking this quest or playing that quest, every time I go to this menu, it's back up here when it should be tracking on here. And I'll go over here, here. Fucking annoying. Such a big baby. I urgently needed new boots. Man, you ain't kidding. Get some flip-flops, man. That's all you'll ever need. So we need some food. We need some hides. That dock is all fucking weird, isn't it? Yeah, it is. What can we do with that? Bring this out. Bring that out. Bring that out. Wrap it around. Bring it out. And then we have portage for our ship. Right here. Bam. Good work. Until the monsters tear our house down. Probably. So I can cook those eggs. But I can't just cook the eggs without the bacon. I can't cook no eggs without the bacon? Huh. Why not? I need to get a good source on coconuts. There's 3 boars there. They'll mess me up. They'll kill me. If I could find 1 or 2. Dinner time. I had Cheerios. These ficus trees will give you a bunch of plant fiber. No coconuts. That halberd man. It's the ticket. Ah, peg leg and eye patch coming right up. I got a tricorn hat around here somewhere. It's a good one too. My buddy brought it to me. Totally missed him. Shit, no bullets or gunpowder. No gunpowder. We're gonna eat good tonight. See that shit over there? Some pirate ass hippie lives over there. Making incense and shit. Where's the coconuts? Need some coconuts. There's coconuts. Right there. Oh. Can't kick. Right there, jackpot.
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you,
Love this tune.
ladies of Spain. For we've received orders to sail for old England, but we hope in a short time to see you again. We'll rant and we'll roar like two British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt sea. until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From Newtown to Scilly, 'tis 35 leagues. We have our ship too, with a wind from southwest, boys. We have our ship too, deep soundings to take. 'Twas 45 fathoms with a wide sandy bottom, so we scored our main yard and up channel did make. Now let every man drink off his full bumper, and let every man drink off his full glass. We'll drink and be jolly and drown melancholy, and here's to the health of each true-hearted lad. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt seas until we strike soundings in the channel of old England.
Oh yeah, baby. Alright. Now we're talking. Make that caption out. Here. Oh, I need those. See you later. Sweet potatoes. Look at sweet potatoes. Need to make a bigger backpack. Just trying to get to the highest ground. Keep that low. The butterflies. Roll over that rock.
sail for the Horn. Way, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the Horn. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go. For the pretty young girls all come down in their frocks. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Come breast the bars, bullies, heave her away. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her down through the floor. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and
Well, bye,
the
Peg.
cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh.
The moon. That's excellent.
Whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I'll drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me pawn my clothes. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month when I was gone. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, whiskey, Johnny. I treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. A glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny. And a bottle for the shanty man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh.
Killed 3 of them in revenge. It's a lot of meat. 6 eyes. You should be able to make some good stuff out of that. And gunpowder. Sulfur. Sulfur.
Running down to Cuba with a load of sugar. Way the boys to Cuba. Make her run, you lime to squeeze us. Running down to Cuba. Way the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Oh, I got a sister, she's 9 feet tall. Way the boys to Cuba. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Running down to Cuba. Way the boys to Cuba. Hey! Running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sails. Way the boys to Cuba. Winging the water over the rails. Running down to Cuba. Way the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance fandango. Way the boys to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango. Running down to Cuba. Way the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Load the sugar and homeward go. Way the boys to Cuba. Mr. Maypee told me so. Running down to Cuba. Hey! Way the boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba.
Amsterdam there lived a maid, mark well what I do say. In Amsterdam there lives a maid, and she was mistress of her trade. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. I asked this maid to take a walk, mark well what I do say. I asked this maid out for a walk, that we might have some private talk. I go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving
Spicy
with you, fair maid. Then a great big Dutchman rammed my bow, mark well what I do say. For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, "Young man, dies is mein Frau." I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then take fair warning, boys, from me, mark well what I do say. So take a warning, boys, from me, with other men's wives don't make too free. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid.
you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy
No expiration
weather,
time.
boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Off jumps the ale with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail, and it's windy
Look it up.
weather, boys, stormy weather,
Yep.
boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow.
Get all this
Jolly
feature.
sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. And then up jumps the shark with his 9 rows of teeth, saying, you eat the dough, boys, and I'll eat the beef. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, I'll blow ye a squall. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes.
Five hides. Dismantling bench.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Here we go. We are outward bound for Kingston town with a heave-o-ho. And we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Kingston town with a heave-o-ho, is there we'll drink and sorrow drown. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are free and gay with a heave-o-ho. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good fun with a heave-o-ho. And soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Bristol town with a heave-o-ho, for the very last time we'll waltz around. Good morning, ladies all. With Paul and Meg and Sally too. With a heave-o-ho, we'll drink and dance with a hullabaloo. Good morning, ladies all. So long goodbye to all your dears with a heave-o-ho. Don't cry for us, don't waste your tears. Good morning, ladies all.
for my grog, my jolly, jolly grog. All for my beer and tobacco. Well, I spent all my tin on the laddies drinking gin, and across the Western Ocean I must wander. Where is my shirt? Me noggin, noggin shirt. It's all gone for beer and tobacco. For the collar is all worn and the sleeves they are all torn. The tail is looking out for better weather, and it's all for my grog, my jolly, jolly grog. All gone for beer and tobacco. Well, I spent all my tin on the lasses drinking gin, and across the Western Ocean I must wander. Now I'm sick in the head, and I haven't gone to bed since first I came ashore from me slumber. For I spent all me dough on those laddies, don't you know? But across the Western Ocean I must wander, and it's all for me grog, my jolly, jolly grog. It's all for my beer and tobacco. Come on, lads. Well, I spent all my tin on those
Beer and tobacco.
and across the Western Ocean.
Yep, I have some A&W. King of Bears. Yep, we're gonna make some fancy pirating duds. Smoke some buds. Just started growing hops in 7 days. Figure out how to make our own beer. What I'm looking for here is some lighting. This would be better with Run DMC. Bat Boys. We're gonna have to build a better docking station around our house to figure out better dimensions than what we did. Pardon me.
A poor old man came riding by, and we say so, and we know so. Oh, a poor old man came riding by, oh, poor old man. Says I, old man, your horse will die, and we say so, and we know so. And if he dies, we'll tan his hide, oh, poor old man. And if he don't, I'll ride him again, and we say so, and we know so. And I'll ride him until the Lord knows when, oh, poor old man. He's dead as a nail in the lamp room door, and we say so, and we know so. And he won't come worrying us no more, oh, poor old man. We'll use the hair of his tail to sew our sails, and we say so, and we know so. And the iron of his shoes to make deck nails, oh, poor old man. Drop him down with the long, long rope, and we say so, and we know so. Where the sharks will have his body and the devil take his soul, oh, poor old man.
Wondering if I build a stone block. And put a fire on top of it, a cooking fire indoors. Stone blocks.
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me pawn my toes. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month when I was gone. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, whiskey, Johnny. I'll treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. A glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny. And a bottle for the shanty man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Running down to Cuba with a load of sugar. Wavy boys to Cuba. Make her run, you lime to squeeze us. Running down to Cuba. Wavy boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Oh, I got a sister, she's 9 feet tall. Wavy boys to Cuba. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Running down to Cuba. Wavy boys to Cuba, hey! Running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sails. Wavy boys to Cuba, winging the water over the rails. Running down to Cuba. Wavy boys to Cuba, running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance fandango. Wavy boys to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango. Running down to Cuba. Wavy boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Load the sugar and homeward go. Wavy boys to Cuba. Mr. Maypee told me so. Running down to Cuba. Hey, wavy boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba.
Nut soup. Chicken sweet potatoes. My Gapper War. Kanye.
In Amsterdam there lived a maid Mark. Well, what I do down there lived a maid, and she was mistress of her trade. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. I asked this maid to take a walk. Mark well what I do say. I asked this maid out for a walk, that we might have some private talk. I go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then a great big Dutchman rammed my bow. Mark well what I do say. For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, young man, this is mine Frau. Go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. Go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then take fair warning, boys, from me. Mark well what I do say. So take a warning, boys, from me. With other men's wives don't make too free. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Come all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the eel with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail. Then it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. And then up jumps the shark with his 9 rows of teeth, saying, you eat the dough, boys, and I'll eat the beef. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, I'll blow ye's a squall. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay. It's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the wind don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. For the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the wind don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Bullets. Okay.
Here we go. We are outward bound for Kingston town with a heave-ho-ho. And we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Kingston town, the heave-ho-ho is there we'll drink and sorrow drown. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are free and gay with a heave-ho-ho. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good fun with a heave-ho-ho. And soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Bristol town with a heave-ho-ho, for the very last time we'll waltz around. Good morning, ladies all. With Paul and Meg and Sally too. We'll drink and dance with a hullabaloo. Good morning, ladies all. So long goodbye to all ye dears with a heave-ho-ho. Don't cry for us, don't waste your tears. Good morning, ladies all.
And it's all for my grog, my jolly, jolly grog. All for my beer and tobacco. Well, I spent all my tin on the laddie's drinking gin. And across the western ocean I must wander. Where are my boots, my noggin boots? They're all gone for beer and tobacco. For the heels they are worn out and the toes are kicked about. And the soles are looking out for better weather. And it's all for my grog, my jolly, jolly grog. All for my beer and tobacco. Well, I spent all
Maybe because I'm not talking.
laddie's drinking gin. And across the western ocean I must wander. Where is my shirt, me noggin shirt? It's all gone for beer and tobacco. For the collar is all worn and the sleeves they are all torn. The tail is looking out for better weather. And it's all for my grog, my jolly, jolly grog. All gone for beer and tobacco. Well, I spent all my tin on the laddie's drinking gin. And across the western ocean I must wander. Now I'm sick in the head and I haven't gone to bed since first I came ashore from me slumber. For I spent all me dough on those laddies, don't you know? But across the western ocean I must wander. And it's all for me grog, my jolly, jolly grog. It's all for my beer and tobacco, come on lads. Well, I spent all my tin on those laddies drinking gin. And across
Okay. Here we get over here. Let's change up my mixes. I need to put these into mix. Think we will. Let's make a new mix real quick. Hour long of hi-fi pirate music. We'll call it the whole enchilada. Put all of our music in one place. In business. Right on. Making a mix real quick. Switch up some music. Almost done. Wishing you a long, long zombie-free life. Don't name your children Zed. Still enjoying Fear the Walking Dead. Like Tales of the Walking Dead too. All the backstories of the fringe characters. We're in business. I need one more hide. I'm getting nails. That's why I'm hitting these. I want the nails. There's nails. Imagine we need a lot of them to build a ship. One pearl. There's some sulfur up here. I want to scavenge this sulfur because I know we're going to need it to make gunpowder. That we can use it as a substitute. Light that up. Done. Crab, that's a good meal. Love me some crab. My wife was from the Chesapeake Bay, so it wasn't uncommon to have a card table out on the front porch down on the Chesapeake Bay. Looks just like this. And her family, they'd have piles of crabs in the crab pots they threw out in the morning. It's a way of life. And man, they can crack those crabs so fast. I can't. My wife would sit there just cracking up a shitload of crab. About 2 seconds flat. And chowing, eating good. Love that crab. Delicious. Get some pearls out of these shells. Right? Get some pearls. Got another pearl. Need another hide. That's what I'm shooting for. In the meantime, we're going to get some fat grub. Hey. Nails. Nails, nails, nails. Build a ship. Went past that sulfur. That's a big bad boar.
Whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey's the life of man. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I'll drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me paw my toes. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month when I was gone. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, whiskey, Johnny, I'll treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh, a glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny, and a bottle for the shanty man. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Running down to Cuba with a load of sugar. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. Make a run, you line to squeeze us. Running down to Cuba. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Oh, I got a sister, she's 9 feet tall. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Running down to Cuba. Wave it, boys, to Cuba, hey! Running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sails. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. Winging the water over the rails. Running down to Cuba. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance fandango. Wave it, boys, to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango. Running down to Cuba. Wave boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Load the sugar and homeward go. Wave boys to Cuba. Mr. Mate, he told me so. Running down to Cuba. Hey! Wave boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba.
It's a situation. Come here, baby.
In Amsterdam there lived a maid, mark well what I do say. In Amsterdam there lives a maid, and she was mistress of her trade. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. I asked this maid to take a walk, mark well what I do say. I asked this maid out for a walk, that we might have some private talk. I go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then a great big Dutch Dutchman around my bow. Mark well what I do say. For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, young man, dies is mein Frau. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. Then take fair warning, boys, from me. Mark well what I do say. So take a warning, boys, from me. With other men's wives don't make too free. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid. A-roving, since roving's been my ruin. I'll go no more a-roving with you, fair maid.
idea how often I've had to treat sailors' wounds inflicted on them by their own captains. Captain.
Awesome. First companion.
I remain at your service.
Shh. Pick it up.
Come all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she go. Up jumps the ale with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she go. And then up jumps the shark with his 9 rows of teeth, saying, "You eat the dough, boys, and I'll eat the beef." And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, I'll blow ye a squall. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes.